thought I would wait until I heard noises from the outside world that I didn't want. That did not take long.
Oh, I um I washed my hair and it was cool this morning, but I can tell it's gonna be hot. Oh, are we? Wait a minute. How do I? Okay. Sound is on. Okay. So, I think it's gonna be hot today. So let's see what April will be like. April 1st here. Mm, I don't feel great. 30 degrees Celsius. So I don't think, I mean, I had my towel on, my hair was wet. I don't like cold air on my wet head, but I don't think that's going to be an issue for very long today. Do, 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 do. What I'm trying to learn is I'm starting to like put things into really simplistic terms. Um, I want to learn to stand. And I used to sort of say up straight or without pain or whatever, but I think all that is unnecessary. I think I want to learn to stand. That's a life goal. I want to learn to move. I have suffered chronic pain a long time, and I have recently received injections to get some relief, to get some end to the constant spasming. And since the relief reached like pacing, that's not standing. Anyway, um, I I don't want to just jump in and start ranting. I'm actually pretty tired, or well, let's think about our words. I am tired. Yesterday I did a lot. After this weekend I did a lot. I went to the beach one day. I so I've received a lot of sun, and that can be draining. I'm going to pour myself some water as I'm talking right now. Like I saw a friend of mine. Is it all her? On I've been visiting with people. I've been like antisocial for or asocial for years. Anyway, sometimes people will do things in a funny way, like because it's like, oh, that's cute, or it's funny, or it gets people's attention. So, um, like my friend and her magnets and greeting cards with lots of curse words, but I don't see it, so maybe it was somewhere else. But somewhere I saw like, drink your fucking water. So for me, I love what other people do. It's funny. It makes the world go round. For me, bullying myself into doing something positive is uh, I'm all like, I lost viewers. Well, I would hope so. I was shocked that I had more than the standard one. Hello, good morning. I believe I'm getting rather close to being able to schedule. I scheduled this one like 10 minutes in advance. Starting to feel that scheduling is possible for me and that I'll still be able to do what I want. Uh, so many projects I've done in my life are changed by the idea. I mean, from conception to execution. What a word. Anyway, there's just so much like, oh, well, then you do this, and then you got to do this, and then you got to do this, and then suddenly, like, you're not even doing the same thing that you thought of. The river is pretty. Yeah, I'm starting slow, so I think I'll try to let y'all look at that while I do make tea and stuff. Learning, well, it's not awful. Um, Trying to learn how to do what I want with minimal effort. Well, yeah, I mean, just like I don't want to spend effort on the dumb stuff. And then, like, so what would happen if? No, I think that's nice for now. But just in case there are human beings in those windows, we will do something different. Is anyone old enough to remember a movie called On Golden Pond? I mean, literally. Is anyone old enough to remember that? For the longest time, I have thought that uh, in my list of things that need to be replaced in this house, that toilet was number one, but it does work. But anyway, but now it would cost more, but I think I'm going to place these doors at number one. My quality of life would be greatly enhanced if they did not require uh, exhaustion to move and reposition them. They're just really old and messed up. They're originals, and this building was built in, I always just say, the 70s. Making some English breakfast tea. I've been thinking about how, oh, lots of stuff. I Googled my building and everything's a test or experiment. And my first one was, would I be able to find the date that it was built just by scrolling without clicking any links? Like, is it in the link previews? Is it in any link preview? Does not seem to be. The next easy step will be I'm going to go to a government record, which should just say the date it was built. That was one of the results, was a government record. I know somewhere on here it says year built, but I'm looking at just a spreadsheet. So after 2 scans, didn't find it. I'm going to look for the word built on the page. There you go. Could have done that first. 1974. So these doors are almost as old as I am, and they're having a tough time too. Oh, something else I wanted to look up. I wish, well, I don't want to think of it yet. I'm mad at myself because I was so tired last night. I ended up putting potting soil in the refrigerator. A gardening friend had given me food and soil, and I was so tired it all ended up in the refrigerator. I mean, obviously in a bag. But now I'm just like, well, do I want to put frigid soil on these tender new plants? And then I say, well, plants live through winters and soil. So, rather than reasoning it or bothering, I don't know, it might not be a bother, but rather than turning to a human I know, I think once again, I'll Google because I'm just really fascinated. Has anyone ever looked up? Let's see, potting soil. I'm going to say frozen. Ah, somebody has an opinion. Mine was frozen. I had it in the garage. It thawed out. It seemed to be okay. I run into that problem every year. I bring the frozen bags indoors to thaw. Doesn't seem to do any harm. I had it in my head that aren't there like, organisms in the potting mix to help it do good? And is that, am I harming by accidentally making the soil so cold? this can go. Hold on, buddy. Mhm. Okay, you can go in the washing machine. I'm slowly putting together a load of laundry. Why does my stomach not feel great? I don't know. Could be 2 glasses of alcohol yesterday. Doesn't seem likely. Could it be all the pills I take all the time? That seems possible. Is it anxiety? That seems possible. So that's why I'm being a bit subdued. It's the type of thing that's like, well, I shouldn't stream when I don't feel well. But every time that I've thought I shouldn't stream because I don't feel well, I've felt that it went well. What I, after all, what I seek to do is improve myself, not so much entertain. So, oh, but feeling good is better than feeling bad, especially in the tummy tum department. Well, in every department, but tummy tum's gonna make me complainy complain. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Well, there you go. Upset tummies turn people into babies. You know you don't want. Okay, how about the? Oh, you're still tired. You didn't get enough rest. You know this. Yeah, I woke up super early and then I tried to do a second sleep, which is what I did yesterday. And it worked yesterday and it worked magically. But last night it didn't work. And what I ended up doing was just lying down, which is okay. But I didn't fall back asleep. I didn't get the rest. And your back hurts and you want to eat and take your morning pills, but you also just want to learn to stand and to move. So the whole idea for me with this, with the medications and different things that I'm doing, I believe that the best path to feeling consistently better is to learn to stand, to learn to sit, to learn to move. Sleeping is part of it. I kind of was thinking about different positions that I sleep in, and I'm going to use the word realized again. That one of them was like, oh, if I sleep this particular way, that's one of my favorite ways, I sort of wake up in pain. I'm making myself, I'm bending. I don't know. I do this sort of like thing with my legs. I guess it might be bow legged. But anyway, I'm just stretching. Mm, that's another realization or thought is just that because this pain is so customary to me, I find myself, it's like picking at a scab. I um, will stretch my body or twist it or whatever beyond the point. I want to go beyond the pain. It's like, oh, you're giving me blah 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 feedback. Well, watch this. Now I can't even feel your feedback because I've overcome it with and and somewhere in my head I'm sure, gosh, this plant looks so good. And somewhere in my head I'm sure I'm just thinking that it's good for me to stretch or whatever. But maybe not. Maybe not always. Uh, Finding places for things is fun. Am I in a panic that this that this stream will be having even less content than most? I don't know. I'm not supposed to think that way. Mm. Do 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 do. All right. All right. Maybe this is just what I'm like after I socialize and spend time with others. It's not easy for me. Well, like the soil in the refrigerator, by going beyond my regular routine, I'm taking on stuff that's like, oh, I wasn't ready for that. I think so much of um, human problems. Life is, there's just so much, and there should be. We're lucky, but there's more to do than I have the time and energy and to think, to decide to do. So like right now, I'm like, I really need to eat, and I want to make sure that I don't let food go to waste. That so like I just have to put thought. I can't just. I don't just have eggs, I can't just like eat something easy. And I don't know what I want that would soothe my tummy and be yummy. So I might have some milk with my tea. Sometimes milk helps me. Enough of that. No, but recently I've noticed because of I like to pour things into other things. I don't know why there aren't more glasses that are also pitchers. Or just how about square, so if it has a right angle, it can be poured out of with some control. Hmm. I am having a hard time thinking. I've got a banana that's crying to be eaten, the last of the bananas. And yet, sometimes the way my stomach feels right now, I'm like, that banana might be acidic, too acidic for my tummy. Oh, if I had yogurt, I would so eat that. Sour cream, not the same thing. Oh, yeah, and like it is important. I've said it before, but I currently have a ton of groceries that I did not buy, so I don't know. It's like I don't even know. I don't understand this food that I have. It's not. Hmm. Somehow that's good. Oh, maybe I could take the bananas, the banana, and the remaining strawberries and milk and do like a milkshake. No ice cream, but I could use ice, I guess, if I want it to be thicker. A smoothie without, you know, a Rob style smoothie without all sorts of complicated things. That'd be kind of fun. And I'll stretch. I suppose the frustrating thing is that there's so many things I want to be doing, and there's always stuff I could be talking about. I guess that's the thought is, oh, can I do a stream that is rest? Can I somehow communicate? Because rest would be, I'm off, I'm not streaming, but maybe it's also possible to do a restful stream. I'm not sure if this is it, but oh gosh, that is amazing. I was the guy who, when I did yoga at the beginning of the pose, I was just moving in the direction of the pose, and then over time, I loved all the slow ones with holding poses for a long time. And then they helped me if I had money. So yeah, I should make a list of things that are my money priorities. I'm gonna give myself a new pair of shorts. Why not? Something easy to do. You're not in the mood for your hot tea? Not sure. I often drink multiple liquids at the same time. I suppose I started on my current trajectory, this path, when this is all because I redefined success as feeling good being myself. So my goal is to feel good. Oh, and I even had a thought about money. I thought, like, yeah, I need, I would love to have income. I would, I need it. Maybe if I could draw lines and figure out how much of the hymn, but it's just so much easier just to do and fix later if you don't like. Since all these clothes are free to me, maybe just do. Give yourself time to think. I think I want some of the tea with milk. I think that. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. But see, thinking helps. You wanted to know which of these is the least, because these pink ones, these salmon ones, are too baggy and will fall down without a belt. So you wanted to know which ones. This one is a good candidate. Okay, you're a good candidate. Um, what am I comparing? Oh, I'm comparing waist widths, which isn't really width. That one's a good candidate. So apparently the pink ones, you chose what, the biggest, baggiest ones of all? Apparently, all these others are much closer to much less. So I just want to feel good, and that includes standing and just being. I just want to be. Oh, yeah, this. Okay. Oh, well, I could have looked at the numbers. I thought they were all the same. They are not. These are bigger. Ah, well, they were all donated by the same person. Funny me. I just like this color and I wanted these to be my new shorts, but they will have to wait for me to be bigger or always wear a belt with. Na 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 na. So funny. I suppose it's nice to have. Oh, but we do want to. We do want these for the length. Come back. We're using you for the length. That's okay. Hmm. Geez, why didn't you just stay in bed? Because there's so much I want to do. And lying in bed, unable to sleep, is not that fun. I didn't feel like listening to the books. I wanted to be up. I wanted to see the beautiful day. Okay. Did you have to stream it? No, I don't have to do these things. What are we getting? One more. Oh, yeah. Breathe, 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 breathe. What are we doing? We're thinking how much we wish we had yogurt. Eh, it could be fun to do like a little experiment in milkshake making. Like I could say what I did yesterday. I could say what I did the day before. But I just want to be. There is, it's like a built-in dribble pitcher. Don't understand. Don't understand how there could be so many of these made. So you just can't hesitate. You just have to push it over the dribble point, I guess. Hmm, that is good. Wherever you are, I hope you're doing okay. Do it. Just cut some shorts. You know you want to. It's fun. Okay. All right. Start with these green ones. Those are fun. For new viewers, I get hand-me-down clothing, and a lot of people seem to like the preppy, conservative, baggy style. I'm fine with. I like all the preppy patterns, colors, and stuff, but I do not like my clothes to be baggy. I like, yeah. So I'm wearing shorts. I prefer not to really feel them below whatever. I don't like them. This isn't fashion. I can when I develop my own line, I'll explain what my theories of clothing are, but yeah, I don't like things baggy. I think you should feel them on your skin, not off your skin and then touching your skin, then back on your skin. Uh, so I really don't want to feel shorts beyond my junk, to be honest. But you know that I don't know what I meant by that, but I want the shorts to be touching the skin, not loosely billowing against the skin. So they can touch the skin because you're moving a lot in shorts. Why? Oh, I think the trick is just going to be to pick a length, make a notch, and then try to cut a straight line. And since these have a pattern, look and see, they seem to have the pattern straight. So let's make that the line. Maybe maybe make it easier and just not try to cut upside down. What are we gonna eat? We don't want banana at all. We've just had too much banana the last few days. Okay. Never thought Rob would turn against banana. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. maybe maybe you're not frustrated. Maybe you're just having fun putting thought into how am I going to cut these? So when I talk about, I mean, like, I'm not sitting. right, but I'm comfortable at this moment. But then for me to go from this to reaching for that pen, that's an example when I talk about like, oh, I want to learn to stand and move. Uh, I want to do the least amount, I don't want to do these things that I've done that are like twisted. I mean, I can actually, I don't know why I didn't seem to notice until now when I was cut off from my body, but I can actually feel what I'm doing. And sometimes I may not have the strength to do uh, the maneuver the best way. I think that probably is how the bad moving begins, or just impatience. It's like, oh, I'm here, I'll go. Or just you're a kid and nothing hurts when you're a kid, maybe. As an adult, as an older, as a middle, whatever, I'm in middle adulthood, I guess. Um, I find myself thinking, uh, I find myself noticing that there are times where I'm sort of, my brain is going in multiple directions and I could twist and it would be not a great idea to do that. So that's part of my, like I want to take I don't want drugs alone to fix whatever's wrong with my back strain. I want I want the relief to enable me to. Okay, so if I cut those there to whatever, you know, make make progress. Okay, and then I'll cut that one there. You're overthinking it. Maybe what you're really doing is killing time until you figure out what's for breakfast. You're enjoying this. I spent some time in the past few days looking at my streams and that I've sent over to YouTube, and but they're still private. And I was like, am I gonna edit? What am I gonna do with this stuff? And something about the difference between Twitch and YouTube. I'm like, oh, this one's embarrassing. Or like, if I talk about the difficulty I have with the food I've been given, some people might think he's not very appreciative. Hmm. Ooh, I could pin it on the wall. It's a possibility. You wouldn't you wouldn't be able to get it straight. You wouldn't be satisfied with how it was pinned to the wall. You're not an octopus. Just cut. Okay, well, if you're cutting this, does that mean you've decided on breakfast? There's some leftovers that are yummy that aren't hard to cook. We're just gonna reheat in the microwave. Okay, that's allowed. I think one of the things I've been getting at with my recent food, with the generosity, my recent food gift, is like I might end up wasting some food. I'm trying not to. Let's see, I can freeze some things. I can freeze. Some things would have to be cooked before freezing. Is it normal for the back of the leg to hang down more than the front? It is on these before I cut them. So I think I did a good job. Oh, fun, cute. I'm gonna have new shorts. I was about to say something like, fat people deserve to like their clothes too, wear whatever they want. Oh, back. And I get frustrated. I'm trying to do so many things. I wish I had more services cleared, but I wouldn't have as many stuff projects in mid in medias res, as I like to say. Perfect. We'll use There's the red pen. Oh, yeah, see? And I could go this way if I wanted to, totally stretching my body in a different way. Yep, cut there. Part of what I mean, I'm, I guess, demonstrating. If I had a theory, exercise, yoga classes, all that's great. I think that, you know, I'd like to be able to, we ought to be able to, uh, move our bodies. Like, I think the ideal exercise is daily activity, that kind of thing. It's just not the America I live in. I always feel healthier when I travel somewhere that walking and transit is normal, food is more normal. Mm. So as I'm like, this feels good. I can stand up if, and I'm not going to say, oh, if I do everything. I mean, I started to. The thought came to me, oh, if I do everything this way, I'll be all better. No, I'm not saying that. I don't believe it. The damage is done, and I'm aged. I mean, I'm not a child. I'm not, whatever. Fun. Let's try these. So, are we really going to have lamb chops and mashed potatoes for breakfast? Let's call it brunch. Now, these will be too tight. No, they fit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what did I mean? I feel them below my crotch. I don't know, but I don't like I don't want to wear a cape, you know? I don't want the fabric to go away from my body and then flow back onto my body. I want it to be like, oh, these are my new favorite things. Do they have loose threads? Yeah, a little bit. Oh, yeah, they do. Hmm. Hmm. I might try singeing them like I did. Oh, I could test on uh, this side what happens when I singe it. Really? There's no fraying on this side, just the side I want to wear? That's not very fair. What's that about? Well, we're just testing singeing. Here we go. It just goes up in flames. Why not give you a show? But also, the most important thing is for me to pay attention to what I'm doing. Doesn't matter where you singe. Okay, that might help. Everything's a test, right? But what about when you wash them? Well, it's all an experiment. Maybe you can cut fringe on the bottoms of your shorts. Let's heat up lamb chops. There they are. Oh gosh, you've always got a lot to do. And that feels scary because I don't feel great. And I suppose, physically, and I suppose the fear is I might fall behind. I'm already very far behind. Yeah, yeah. Okay. We're going to use a little bit of oil. And I was gonna put, I mean, it makes the most sense to put in the oven, but it's just so much easier to turn something on the stove into something that's oven-like by just putting a lid on it and being patient. So, is that really easier? I don't know, because my brain is tired. So we'll preheat it. It's just maybe it's faster. I don't know. When I set up this stream, I think scheduled it for 3 hours. We learned how to pour yet. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, well, that's part of the problem is that you have the variable of the tea bag that's also bothering you. Why do you leave the tea bag in? I don't know. Why do you do this whole rigmarole? You know why. You're just tired. It's not hard for me to imagine a different version of me that would sort of, on a day like today, oh, I overdid it. I maybe I would be questioning my decision to socialize. You know, oh, it drains me. Life is hard. I'm tired. I didn't get enough sleep. I do have things that I have to do today. So I guess since I'm saying life is hard and I have all this freedom, yes, there were times where I went into jobs while feeling this way. And oh, it's 10 a.m. on a Monday morning. I would be like just pretending to work probably and waiting for lunch and so that's good perspective to remember, maybe I'm harder on myself because I want to be self-motivated and accomplish my own yeah, and accomplish my own goals and ambitions. I also have to pace myself because a good friend is visiting from Europe and I mean not visiting me, but visiting the city I live in. So I'll might make plans with them at any moment. And I'm about to start house sitting. There's lots of stuff going on. Oh, but at this house I can sit in a jacuzzi a lot. Well, don't forget, a lot of the your current problem is your back. You are going to take some medication that may help, and maybe you'll get good rest, better rest tonight. Or maybe you'll do, well, you don't know what you're going to do tonight, but maybe you'll get better rest tonight. I had some thoughts about this calendar that I've defaced. And I defaced it because, it went from March 8th through 22nd. It's now April 1st. I defaced it because I felt bad for a lot of the time during that time period during that is shown on that made up calendar, and or at least the end of it. And so then it's like I wanted to forget it, forget that time period. And I haven't felt, what the hell? It smells like not my detergent. Where have I been washing? Or did I spill something that smelled like yummy? I had gotten to the point where I was like, I'm gonna color over the whole thing. Yeah, like I don't even throw away paper. I try not to, I try to think, what could I do with this first before I just trash something. In fact, that was going to become my either side. That was going to become like the tablecloth for the next time I wanted multiple thoughts. But one is that I do want to know. So this first Twitch stream lost. This one I didn't write lost on, so maybe it exists, but I really can't seem to find it. This one I have found I moved it over to YouTube. There wouldn't have been, I don't know, unless it was early in the morning. I don't know if there was one this day. And then most of these didn't happen because of what happened this day. So, um, does it really matter? It kind of matters to me because this is a project, and I want to know. Um, so I started it without knowing what I was doing, and I've learned, oh, there isn't. YouTube thinks that these things were created the day that they were imported, apparently. So, and then Twitch throws away and doesn't have. Maybe there's a record somewhere, like an activity log, even if they don't save the video. I'm trying to decide what to put on my YouTube channel and whether and which one to sort of do first. And I want the option before they get deleted from Twitch. I want the option to import them to YouTube as private before, so I have the option of sharing them or not sharing them. And well, it's harder than you think. At least when you don't know what you're doing. Or plus, I use every tool not the way they want them to be used. Okay, now I've got split screens. Um, okay, the first one. Then I thought, oh, well, I'll match up the link, but for some reason those are off. Like a clip on Twitch that's 319 imported onto YouTube, which I didn't need to import the clip, but anyway, is 413? What the hell? Because I thought, oh, how will I know which is which? I know, because mm, when I exported them, I left the original titles, which are just like mental health talk, artist, home studio, and the descriptions that are on Twitch are not like this is this. So learning, 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 learning. So the one that's expiring in 0 days, that's 44 minutes and 14 seconds. I don't think I have, oh, I have one that's 44 minutes and 15 seconds on YouTube. Oh, wait. And now it looks like maybe I have it twice. That's my problem with not keeping this up. All right, well, I'm going to just delete that from Twitch right now. Next. What's the next one? 1 hour, 50 minutes, 18 seconds. Which one is that? So I don't see one that looks that length. So I'll send it over. Then, then tomorrow I'll find I have two of them. Private. Yes, it doesn't matter. Just export it as private. Edit it later. I smell lamb. What do I really smell? Spices. I know, I know. I know indirect heat versus direct heat. I know this was a bad idea to do it on the stove. It's going to be good. It'll be easy to be good. Okay, so maybe when I see the import in progress, that's when I can go back to Twitch. All right, so then here's something that says 48 seconds. Is that what that? Why would I want that? But it's not a highlight? I guess it was a goof. So when I'm standing, I'm doing like this. I can feel it. That's like natural to me. And when I think and I switch to this, it feels a little strained, but it also feels better. And if I bend my knees a little bit, so I'm like, oh, okay. And I mean, it'll take some practice, but maybe I can learn to move in a way where every movement is not inflicting pain or future damage or whatever. I really, 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 really want to. Uh, Outside on this balcony is gardening, marigolds, a citrus tree, mini bush tree, and oh, spider plants. Those were gifts. I don't really have to do anything to those other than buying them a cute pot or something. Oh yeah, I'm gonna eat. I'll eat on the balcony. That'll be nice. If it's chilly, maybe I'll put this towel down. See, like my normal way to pick up a towel would not be that, but that felt better. To pick up a towel, I just mean to pick up something off the floor. Because I think I do enough, like, I do enough of this in my life. Not enough, too much. So, like, if I can pick up something, oh, you know, I mean, I'm doing this just to look at the computer. Okay, next, we're cranking these things out. 324. Have we imported that one? Nope. Let's do it. Okay. Let's we're gonna put some potatoes in with the meat. Like right now, I'm holding a lid in my left hand, tongs in my right hand, and I was walking to the refrigerator with those things in my hand to get um, the mashed potatoes, and it's just like, no, that is. Then what am I gonna do? Do some kind of strange. What in the heck? Sorry, I ended up getting when I'm given leftovers, I am aware a lot of times what I'm getting is we don't know what to do with this and we don't want it to go to waste and we don't want it and Rob will eat anything. So I'm not sure. Just okay. There are two things in the same container that do not go together. I just remembered she was running out of containers and I said I'll take anything because I'd rather me try to use it than it be thrown out. Oh, and like right now, because I'm frustrated. I dropped stuff on the floor. The, the thing I picked up. I mean, I only have two arms, and I've done made some choices. I could blame someone else. The food was packed in my mind, stupidly. um, not to my use. That kind of thing happens often, whether it's from packaging from a store or from somebody else's leftovers, because once it leaves their hands, they don't care that much. They've done they're done with it. So I'm used to that. Like, you leave a place and you get leftovers and they are not packed in a way that will last more than one day. But maybe you didn't want to eat it. I mean, or like half a day. They're just going bad. The clock has already started. Oh, I'm just babbling. But I'm not babbling. I'm thinking out loud. That's what this whole channel is. Okay, there. I sort of fixed that. I just didn't know I was going to have to do that in order to eat. Yeah, anyway. I didn't know I was going to have to do that in order to do this. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's okay. Use your imaginations, right? And then I start moving in a hurry, and some of this packaging is the kind of plastic that would cut me as soon as look at me. And why am I in a hurry? Because I didn't do a mise en place. I'm not the, I don't live neatly. But fortunately I have the utensils I need right at the ready, so that was quick. Some some things are good, some things are not. Breathe, breathe, breathe. In general, things are going really well. I mean, this whole little whatever is happening at breakfast is not an indication that things are not going well. How many things have you tried that just did not work out? I don't mean this morning or with cooking breakfast, but I mean lifetime average, right? And how often do they kind of flip back into your mind and you think, I wish that had gone differently, or that's an opportunity. Well, yeah, same thing. I wish that had gone differently. Whether it's your fault or maybe you blame somebody else. Always trying stuff. Keep trying. That's the case. So what I want to know about these potatoes is, oh, they're good. Sometimes I really love like wasabi potato or horseradish potato. Hey, in the future, when I have sponsors, this will we I will have switched to kitchen cam. Or like I said, the camera that's in my that's attached to my board base. Okay, everything's actually pretty awesome. Maybe I'll let the potatoes sit there another second. Second. One thing I do notice and that I've changed is, well, it's not so new. Just be quiet, talk. I barely hesitate to use utensils, and I mean, there there's a tendency in me to think, oh well, I don't want to get this dirty, or let's see if I can do every task with this one thing that is not designed to do that task. Um, and I've been overcoming that lately for the most part, and I like the results. Yes, I am someone who, if I use a lot of things, then I have to wash a lot of things. But usually it's like I'm washing this other stuff anyway, and one more thing doesn't really make that much of a difference. But it does make a difference in terms of enjoyment. So this meal is not going to be super pretty because it's leftovers, and yeah, you know, I cooked them all in one pot. Before I come out there, I'm licking the spatula and stuff. Well, because if I wait, it'll be dried on and caked up and not good anymore if I wait. So might as well do my pre-cleaning. This was a good tool, the silicone spatula. Good purchase because it does a really good job at contouring to the edges of a pan to clean out almost every bit of a stuck-on substance. Oh, dirty smoky. I'm about to feel a lot better. Oh, I always say I've already done a lot of smacking, but I like to turn off the microphone to eat for private mouth sounds.
And then the potatoes, spinach, and like meat juices are all mixed together. That was a little bit of a roller coaster. Let's see. So much meat. My brain, so I'm watching a garbage truck empty a dumpster. My brain is like, my hands are filthy now. I mean, they're filthy of food, but they're not. My brain thought I'd been touching garbage. I could throw one of these bones down in there. This is so good. I cannot believe how good this is. tend to eat a lot when I'm taking medication. Feels like it settles my stomach. And I like to take the medication in the middle of the meal and then eat the rest, so it's like surrounded by food. It might be just psychological, but I don't like how medication feels. Why are you flying here? Never seen that before. I know you need more than that. That's what I have right now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, hey, hey. It's never enough, you know? Need more water. I had almost turned these back on.
So I waited until the motor came back on before turning my microphone back. Um, um, just gonna do a sound check. Hello, hello. Oh, wait a minute. Hello? Hmm. Is it, what's the matter? What's the matter? Oh, no. Let's try this again. Hello? 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 Oh, fuck. Hello? Has this thing, now I wonder. Now I wonder. Okay. I wonder if it had been synced to my laptop all morning. Why? I don't understand. There's this Bluetooth, like, connect to two devices at once. It doesn't. So if it doesn't, don't. Sorry. So just to make things simpler for me, when I remember to, I turn off the laptop Bluetooth so it doesn't even try. So for a few minutes there, I think I was synced to the laptop and not to the camera. But what I had started to say that I'll repeat is that um, I hope a good percent of that time was birds and not so much motors. But yeah, I mean, that's simple enough, right? Ooh. Oh. Oh. There's a sign on this uh, citrus that it's illegal to take it out of the state of Florida. I might do my gardening. First, I have to think about my gardening. Nobody said there'd be thinking. I also will switch it back to front facing so I can see what's in view. Either I have a very loyal viewer or multiple ones that just alternate when they're watching, or it's a glitch, or it's me watching me, or something like that. All of which is fine. Ah, I am thinking. Remember when I said that's what I wanted to do? I've been holding on to this so long. I think it's so cute. The marigolds could look super cute in it, but then I'd be constantly, I would need a liner that I could pull out the water, drain, put back in. Sit there, please. Most last week, or just previously on humanism, I spend a lot of time editing, live editing my words, my word choices. Today, I am noticing I'm doing the same with my movements. And even more so than with the words, I feel the point of it, why I'm doing it, and it isn't as I'm a talker, so blah, 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 and with the words, I would get into the habit where I would be out on a word limb and go, nope, go back, or have this frustration. Ugh, I'm always saying that, like, words like always, never. With the movement, it's internal, so it's silent. So when I look at something and I am about to bend this way, and I think, you know what, bend this way, or whatever, what I'm trying to say is it's really paying off. It is really paying off. Dividends. Well, I don't know if it's paying dividends, but it's happening. And I, for one, couldn't be happier. Breathing. So it should be getting near noon. Oh, I'm doing so well. It's 11:18. I might. I knew when I started this one, I said 9 to 12, I believe. But in my head, I thought I really only want to do it a couple hours. I mean, two. A couple means two to me, but not to everybody. Um, But, I'll stop when I feel like stopping. One thing I love about using these headphones, well, I mean, one of many, is when I'm in the past, if I rearranged the tripod, it would make no, it would be very loud because the microphone is in the camera. And the only thing, if I stop and think about my movements, I mean, it might look a little unnatural, but it's not really that big of a deal. We're thinking this has agave in it, but we're thinking about using this for the lemon lime tree because I do eventually want it in this white pot, but it feels too big based on its current size. But then this, well, I'm just looking at what I have and thinking about that basket too. I mean, I bought the marigolds for the round pot on the table. I save a bunch of pots. So I hesitated. I was going to lift a bunch at once, and I decided I can do it in stages. Big deal. My friend said, gave me this plant. She's like, "Is it okay if I give it to you in this like rusty dented metal pail?" And then she told me, and then you have to, whatever. The point is, in my brain, I was thinking, sure, I'm going to put it in something else anyway. Um, I mean, if I can, I'd rather have terracotta or something else. It's it's not like she would be offended. Uh, I know probably how that rusty pail came into her possession, so um, she was just looking for something that fits this size that I have that I can give away right now. Hmm. Hmm. So the reason I read not to put a plant in a pot that's too big for it, thinking, oh, it'll grow into it, is that it has to do with water retention and evaporation, and so it's like, oh yeah, makes sense, of course. Just thinking. Right. So if I move that plant in the metal pot into this, it has a drain hole. Don't have to pull it out every time I water it. I think it fits perfectly. Come on. Well, I won't. I'll take it out of the plastic pot. Maybe. Probably. Just keep thinking. Just keep thinking. My patio's not that big, and it's got harmful things on it. Crazy old aloe. It's like they'll hurt you and heal you. Oh, that's cute. this is an example. Oh, you're gonna spin, but I'm gonna do it. Let's see. I'm gonna do it this way. That feels good. And just take my time. So one of the things that I'm I think I began by talking about this feeling of pressure because, well, really I should divide this because it is pressure because yeah, she tried to give me, she's like, please take some aloe. I was like, oh no. And then I said, you two have to come to my place and see the space I'm working with and what I have between, before the next time you give me anything. Why not? Just a fun way to make it like it's an invitation, but it has a purpose and whatever. Okay, tummy tum. That was like exertion that my stomach did not like. So there's anxiety in. Oh, that agave is so small, it could go in the metal pot or the, because I never water it, so it never has to be moved in or out. I mean, do I really want rust to introduce rust into the aesthetic? Oh, there already is rust. Hmm. Just keep thinking. I mean, or it could go in this, or maybe the two spiders should be in equal sized pots. See, I was starting to do something effortful with my left hand while I had the pot, holding the pot in my right hand. I was like, no. So I love how I'm explaining, other people may not have my problem. Are these two the same size? Yes. Um, other people may not have my problem. And in which case, great. I'm glad for you. We'll move this ribbon contraption inside and figure out if that can be fun to be used some other way. Slightly smaller green pot. And you're thinking of moving the slightly bigger spider plant into it, not in the plastic. She's a gardening whiz, and she puts plastic pots inside other pots. She doesn't put things directly in like you were considering. I know, but isn't terracotta the classic pot uh, material? Oh, see? I was about to push up and instead just stop and think and stand up. So I've got some more stuff over there, but I know I also have pots inside, probably. I mean, I've got this one, but I'm using it for organization right now, but I do love it. What would fit in it? Um, the big spider. I've got a pot that my mom made, but I'm using it for pens and things. I have, oops. Learning new things takes, the term is trial and error. It's like I know, I know how to do it, The errors come from the fact that I only recently learned how to do it. I've been doing it a different way this whole time, and I still go back to doing it the wrong way a lot because I'm used to it. It's become thoughtless. Hi, there is somebody who is watching. Thank you. So there's this. That's like an ice bucket, but I've used it as an orchid pot before. This is a candle for hanging out on the balcony. That can go out there. Thanks for your support. I hope it's soothing. I don't know. This something came in this, but the plastic liner's out, and I've currently got it full of loose shells. So that would be a whole thing to free up that. Let's go into the closet. I've got an Ikebana thing. I believe that's what that's called. That's for stems. That's for, cuttings. Vases. Yeah. So, okay. So I probably have other pots too, but I don't know. Uh, they would take some thinking. And I know from past history that this champagne bucket has a hole in the bottom of it because it can no longer be used for holding ice water. Yep, I can see right through it. Wonder how that happened. Anyway, it's just a tiny pinhole, and I mean it's tacky. It's from a job I used to work, but it could be a fun. I mean, it's super fun tacky. Reams, Tattinger, Champagne. That could be a fun pot. Up until the second, it was sitting. Oh, it's too long to even explain, but it was in a place. It was in the way of other things. It was in a. It was actually. I can show you. Show don't tell. Oh, see. When I turn it, oh, that's because that's right. That's what you've learned. Hold, please. I'll be right back. I cannot touch it and turn it. That was never the way that this tripod works. It always loosens. Okay, hold on. It always loosens things. That's not how. That's not how tripods work. Again, so many like, haha, funny. This is how you say things because it's funny, and it's like not sweet, not thoughtful. I'm sensitive, so I'm going to turn the gooseneck, which I used to be loath to do because of the noises it made, but this video should be getting its noise from my headphones. And then I'm going to raise. No, I think it's fine where it is. The brass pot here, at one time, I knew I wanted to keep it, but like I wasn't sure what. And it had a bunch of junk in the bottom of it. And I'm pretty sure that's where that Tattinger was. And I moved it in a hurry because I decided the other day that this is where I'll keep my. That doesn't go in there. I was tired. I put something in the wrong place. It's where I'll keep my. See, I don't like that wrong place. That's not my choice. That this is where I'll have my rags when I need to know where a rag is, and it's not going to be there, but I haven't figured out exactly where it's going to be. But it's a way to have a working studio that's also a cool looking house. Can you even see it? Yeah. Um, so I, if you're if you're the same person who's watched a lot, I like here's a gift, and then it's got all this packaging, and I have to. It causes me. It's just not easy for me to throw things away because I could come up with some use for this. So, uh, think thrice before you buy anything and give it to me. But I would say do it no matter who you are or who you're giving it to. Think about the packaging because some of us, it really kind of ruins our day, week, life to have to constantly have it on our shoulders to decide what to do with something that should never have been manufactured in the first place. Yeah, that was a little bit lecturing, but I think that's about as rough as it gets in this current season of humanism. Uh, there certainly were times in the past when I felt that it was sort of my job to job to goal ambition. I it's like I'd want to make a video that proved a point. Excuse me for screaming. And then I would write it and edit it and rehearse it, or I'm not really, well, I don't know. Maybe I rehearsed it in the shower. Sometimes rehearse. What does rehearse mean? I would do multiple takes, and that's what this is. Also, this is my rehearsal for life. You're watching the behind the scenes making of my life. Standing, moving without hurting myself, I have realized is self-respect, and it's been lacking for lots of reasons. I During the time that I've been doing this space is becoming transformed. I'm able to make decisions, and yes, I get tired or frustrated because there's so much I want to do. So it's easy to become impatient. Like right now, I'm thinking like it would be fun to sort of rifle through this box and throw it in there. But I've already made a decision about that, none of which this applies to. So don't, this box is, yeah. So I'm just saying, I have more. What's another reason I'm doing this? I think I'm not unique. I think my like specific situations are unique, peculiar, whatever. But like what I'm saying is I have a bunch of deferred decisions. Mine happen to be usually about waste and ooh, I will put that there because then I'll know where that is. Um, I mean, mine happen to be about creative decisions and material, what to do with material. I did spend a little bit of time in the last, let's just say 12 hours, imagining that I had a budget. Um, for months, I had zero, and now, I have a minor reprieve. I don't really have the ability to. I mean, I bought these plants. I feel guilty about spending $45 on plants, but I was just like, This is the first kind of frivolous gift. I mean, I have a like a flippin' like a Wendy's or whoever plastic lid. That's not usable and it's not really recyclable, but I understand why I have it because I don't think it should exist. It should not have been given to me. Um, so so I'm ambitious now that I'm sort of waking up due to pain reduction, and so it's like, oh, I'm ready to take on things, lots of things, and that creates more to do than I have space time processing. I love I live in the US. I would love to live in Europe or Santiago, Chile, or Mexico City. I would love to live in a place that's walkable. Um, I live in a semi-walkable neighborhood. Anyway, I love these kinds of. I used to, so I complain about things that are made that don't need to exist, and often that includes like you go to any festival or there's just so much swag, just crap that's manufactured and given out as like freebies for corporate and well these aren't these are gift these are women's glasses from gift from my girlfriend but because she thinks they're funny on me but I mean she laughs when she sees me wearing them but but my general sunglasses nowadays are freebies from those types of events and I like these kinds of bags and it's great they can go into a pocket and come out when you need them. So learning like, oh, it's not that the free stuff shouldn't exist. Maybe they should, I don't know what it is. Should they not be made in, I mean, some of the stuff is garbage. Uh, but who gets to decide? And sometimes plastic that isn't useful to me, I might use it as padding for shipping. But this box is a little bit, I do think it's funny, funny that most people I know have no problems or hesitation, with creating lots of waste and consider someone like me a hoarder. I think I'm so shocked, in fact, that when I went to, oh, I did a search for hoarder. A lot of medical searches will go to the Mayo, in America in English, will go to Mayo Clinic. And nowhere in it did it say anything about hoarding being a response to waste or it was just like people be crazy. These people be crazy. Uh, and I just thought, no, actually, there's more to it than that. And I question your ability to be good therapists if you don't see that. Now it's not low enough, but I'm just going to do a quick look see to see if there's anything I need right away out of this. And I think there's not. I think I packaged it properly. That's the other thing, is that due to being in a hurry or whatever, things don't get packaged properly in the sense that like with like, or yeah, like with like is good, or sort of these things all need to be decided at the same time. Um, right, so stop, twist, twist the thingy, turn it. You've learned something. Keep practicing, and it will become second nature, and you'll forget about the way you used to do it, maybe. So for fun, we're going to put these in that basket that you. No, we're going to water them. We're going to water this and the citrus tree. So, like for instance, I had been doing quote unquote really well in terms of like where I keep my watering can, but things have gotten things have gotten busy, and it wasn't where I thought it would be. But I still found it. Oops, oops. So, and not only, I mean, this was also, well, I was gonna say an impulse buy. Like, let's say a delayed impulse buy. Someone told me a long time ago that I could probably grow citrus, lemon, or lime on my balcony in a pot. And then at the end of a happy day, I guess Saturday at the beach, I stopped to get these, and I saw it, and I got it. So this was 14, and this was like 25, I think. Hey, how I feel like just because you're in a new home, maybe I'm gonna really drench you with water and let it go through, not just the little green. Well, if I fill this up one more time, should be good. Okay, you've convinced me. My kitchen is still an absolute mess. There's just never the kitchen episode still hasn't happened. It's not a constant. I mean, it's not the same mess. It's a rolling mess. If you're still watching, I didn't read what you wrote yet, but I will. I'm trying to keep my focus outside of screen time. That was another thing I was going to say. Yeah, I'm just soaking you all the way. Yeah, that's soaked. Um, what else needs water? Oh, these new things. Sure. Uh, oh, I know. It was when I was eating, and I thought one of the great grandfather, no, one of the great things about. I'm gonna Google why plastic liners inside. Why don't you plant it directly in anyway? Because I don't have a plastic liner for every size pot that I have. So one of the great things about I have to worry about if I water too much and it goes over the side of the balcony, sometimes I get questioned. It's happened at least once. When I was sitting here eating, I just remember thinking that similar to what I was talking about sort of physical habits with the tripod, that I have to relearn, that I'm learning something new because the old uh, you know what I'm saying. I'm correcting an ingrained behavior, and it's mental and physical, so it's difficult. I suppose all behaviors are. Uh, Oh, that's kind of blows my mind when I say words and I'm not saying what I want to say. Is it just that my tongue and breath is primed to say it, and I've already like blah, 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 said it before. Oh, and therefore it's hard to learn new languages. One of the things I'm sort of working to correct too. I don't. I have mixed feelings about things like wanna, gonna. I'm gonna, wanna. Um, I think I am allowed to be. I don't like the word lazy, but I'm allowed to put minimal effort into my speech if I choose to, or if it's a situation. More often than not, it's probably a situation in which I'm not choosing because I'm tired, and that's okay. But I also have started to think there are plenty of times when I can speak. I suppose maybe I'm having this internal battle of like what sounds uptight because I've always thought that I sound uptight because I care. Oh, you smell so good, citrus. I'm also a fan of marigold smell. I'm also a fan of this succulent. You look like you're getting burned, but you're a succulent. What happened to you? You broke off. Who broke you off? Or is this how you reproduce? Did you jump off and you want to like get attached? I don't know, but you look like you're getting burned, so you might get rolled out of the direct sun. It's difficult to handle that much sun. Uh, an earlier version of me would pick this pot up to show my brain would be focused on the fact that I have someone watching and that is the most important thing. And current me is like, that would be terrible for my back to make a sudden movement of a heavy thing for what? So, you can just imagine, look for it in another episode or at the end of this one, who knows? Hmm. I say, a little bit ago, I was like, I'll probably cut this one short, and I don't. I rarely ever do. They go long. But maybe I'll learn. Maybe I'll become accustomed to. Maybe I'll decide on a schedule and keep it. I don't know if I want to. It's interesting sometimes when I think about how safe I feel here, and yet it is perched up in the sky, and I'm touching this railing that's basically aluminum and wiggles. That's a good lesson because one of my physical lessons that I'm trying to learn is not to put my weight on things, but to use my strength. I don't think they can hear me. Like, I'm going to talk bad about crows for a minute. People are so into crows because, oh, they're smart. Yeah, they are. They're also motherfuckers. They're dangerous. One, I mean, I had a feud with one at one point. I don't know why it didn't like me, but, and I say one, it could have been several, but it felt like the same one. It probably was. They say like they develop relationships, but would come and like tear up anything I had planted. Uh, One of them was like jumping in my house. So I really like I don't want to antagonize the crows, but I don't want to be friends with them either. I want them to just go be with other people if you want to be with people. I would prefer you be with birds. You're a bird. Headline: So-called humanist comes out in favor of segregation. Speciesist. Yeah, I'm a humanist. Yeah, yeah, humanist. Humanist, right. Not species. I'm not into the birds. I just want us not to bother each other. I just think crows are more bad than good, to be totally honest. That was acting. Like I was scared. This one was right behind me. That was for that was a performance. I don't normally do that. I should have sunscreen on my neck and face and everything. I always get excited when winter turns to spring, but this year is has a lot more other stuff going on too. Like bees, for instance. Speaking of non-human, these are known to repel mosquitoes or just insects. Well, this says deer resistant. Well, that's not. I bought the wrong. I bought the wrong variety of marigold. I haven't seen a deer up here. Mm. In gosh, at least since before COVID. Maybe what I'm offering. Do you have that friend that you can be with and be quiet, not talk to? Maybe read a book in the same room with. I realize I talk, but I always say if someone wants to watch this with music or after it leaves my mouth, it's not my department. It's not true. After it leaves my Twitch and then my YouTube, the easy decision about this, the easiest decision has been is just to like start streaming. The more complicated decision is, oh, what do I save? What do I do? And it is funny that I jumped right into this, so I don't even know how many I've done because they're not all saved. And I didn't know that. I didn't understand that until I had done either one or two. And then once I figured it out, I did that, but then they're only saved for 7 days. I say only. That's fine. They're saved for 7 days, and then during which time, then I connected it to my YouTube, and it's just one press of a button to export it. It's just a matter of remembering and then deciding what to do. So the streaming is easy. The deciding is hard. Think about that. So like living is easy, but like packaging for others is the hard part. Something like that. Because that's what I start thinking about when I think about YouTube. In fact, I rewatched one and I was like, "Ooh, I can't share this. So and so might see it," or like, "Oh, this is really awkward." But stream for a stream, there's just too many crows. That's all. I'm sorry. I think there are too many of you. I know it's because you're like rats. You're human you're one of the species that instead of um, you take advantage of all of our human. Yeah, I think that's what I don't like about y'all is that you seem to like the way we are. Uh, I respect endangered and extinct species that couldn't coexist with us. They were like, we're out. Y'all suck. Y'all are ruining this place. And crows are like, ooh, do more, waste more. We like it. We love it. We're just, yeah, bad policies create, multiply bad results. Sorry, crows. That's what I think about you. A noble crow in the wild. I'd probably be interested in seeing. What was what were they like before? What was they like before the hand? I have so much respect for things that just kind of manage to, I don't know, owls, eagles. What the fuck is he talking about? Oh, he's probably either procrastinating, which is the same thing as postponing a decision. Well, okay, so one danger is because of my pain and energy and tiredness. When I do get a bunch of different things, sort of projects open that I haven't completed, and if I take too long to make decisions, okay, I want the lemon lime tree to live. I know from past experience that most nurseries, I mean, like everything they sell is already ready to get out of the pot that they're in. So it will not do well if I don't do something. Repot it is the word. So I can make a decision about, and even though I did all that trashing about plastic liners, the easiest thing to do would just be to move it into the next biggest plastic liner without having to commit to. That's probably why liners are popular. It just makes it easier to pull things in and out, I guess. It's such a cliche. I keep wanting to say, "Oh my aching back." Oh, it somehow became noon. That last little stretch between like 11:20 and now flew by for me. That kind of feels like the right move, but not this one. This one or this one? Let's do this. We'll do a jump 2 sizes up. Yes? No? Let's think about it. Let's take a sip of tea. Let's go put the sunscreen on my neck. Let's try to like crows. Let's think kind thoughts about crows. I mean, it's obviously not their fault, but I just find this like there's a human obsession with crows. Crows are blah blah blah. It's like, yes, and that's terrible. Wow. No wonder my friend likes me in these glasses. I look like a real old lady. I'm doing that thing. I walked into a new room. Oh, sunscreen. It's like, what did I come in here for? Oh, it'll be easier for me to take these off. Enjoy the sounds of crows or whatever's going on.
There are the crows.
Since it's preventative health care, sunscreen really should be free. Um, that thought occurred to me because I was scraping the dregs. There aren't dregs of liquid. Now that I'm not as desperate this week as I was last week, I can actually go buy the my preferred daily sunscreen. So yeah, I mean, I get multiple impulses coming at me at the same time, of course. So I could read about it and decide, based on the speed of growth, only go to the next available hot size up. I mean, that probably is. Oh, there's one in the middle. Why don't we do that? Given a choice, I thought there were only two. There were three. So it's a little bit of a jump, but not too bad. Ow. Aloe. It's like I want to put it into its forever home pot because it's just a dream I've always had. But that's not reality. Oh shit. Whoa. I lost my balance there for a minute, but I, I was leaning in towards my house, not out towards oblivion. What are we doing? We're putting this and this. Okay. I wanted to lovingly, like it's got, I don't know what. I wanted to like clean each leaf, but I'll have to make love to you later. Oh, you've already perked up from the water I gave you. Oh, that makes me feel so good. Okay, you're about to have another drastic change, but I think you're gonna like it. So here's the good soil, which my friend said to just mix in with my cruddy soil and should work. We're not impressed. Whoever you are, quit making the weird noises and get out of here. I think since I'm feeling a little tipsy, no, that chair is jumpity dumpity. This one's solid, so let's do work in a solid chair. Okay. Whoa, what are you? A big bumblebee? I don't know. You were so fast I didn't see you. But we do kind of still kind of want to. Well, all right. Let's think. This was the original one we were thinking of. We're not ready for it. Okay. Might be fun to see what I'm doing. It might be. Might not be. Uh, because of the light, you might not be able to see what I'm doing. Yeah. So she said if I took some really, this is heavy. Let's go this way. So not necessarily that I think there's a right way to stress out my body, but it's often the opposite of the way I usually do it. So it's just kind of like spreading things out a little bit. Mm. You take the good, you take the bad. And she also said to water it so that it all blends together. And I'm gonna water it when I transplant. And I don't know where the water is right now. Let's just keep moving. Yeah, so like my initial instinct is reach with my right because I always reach with my right, and so I'm like, well, what about if I do it with the left with an assist from the right, which is like the reverse of normal? Well, that feels sort of stable and strengthening versus straining. Yeah, see those roots? They needed a bigger pot. They were ready. By the time something gets sold, it the clock is ticking. It needs to move into a bigger space. It might be. I mean, you could say that's logical. I mean, it just, no one ever told me that. So no one really ever told me much of anything useful other than when you want a good meal that's not a big deal, hot pockets and such as like, and such as that. Okay. Now, normally, I mean, I wish now maybe I had picked a bigger pot because normally I would. Should I have picked a bigger pot? We're along for the journey. I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to this guy, so it will be repotted again, hopefully before the end of the summer. There's a little fruit if it, you know, if all this change doesn't shock it or whatever. How cool is that? That I might have fruit soon. Okay, we'll take some of this questionable and add it in with the very good. Yeah, I couldn't have done a bigger pot because I don't have enough soil. I go to my friends on the ground who garden. I'm like, give me this, give me that. So I think she was limiting the amount that she was giving me because they're at the beginning of their. I mean, they haven't done all their spring gardening yet, so they don't know how much they're gonna need. And they seem like the kind of people who never stop gardening, so they were taking from what they would have used to give to me. Now I didn't put that in the center. Now that's annoying. All right, we're gonna try to move you a little bit. Does it really matter? Not really. Maybe you weren't in the center of your original pot. Sure. Tell yourself that. That feels good. So this stream has been kind of low energy or sedate on purpose. There are plenty of thoughts jostling their way, jostling for, jostling, hmm, would that make sense if I said jostling to be spoken? Anyway, plenty of concepts that I haven't, that I've thought, and I'm like, but I didn't. Now this was broken before me, and I probably should have picked a different one. And so I might have been hasty, but I didn't see another one just like this, and it was kind of like the right size and the right price. Maybe I could be like a total crazy and break it off and try to root it, but I don't think that's the way. Or just stick it in the ground and see what happens. I will keep an. Maybe I can tape it together. Maybe it's not still green. So it's probably getting enough. Yes. Okay. So it's not cut off. It's just split. So maybe I can use one like a twist tie and just sort of hold it. The danger is I don't want it to break off. All right, but if it got fruit on it, it would break off. Hmm. Hmm. Well, how about just think about it? Okay. Next, one of the unfinished topics that I had opened up was about when I was eating my meal out here. And a benefit that I get from streaming is that there are many times when I would be on my phone, but my phone is recording me, so I'm not. And maybe that's the only maybe that's the sole explanation for why I'm getting so much done while doing this. Think about that. Hmm. These are green onions from the supermarket. They can be mixed in with marigolds, yes, but planting might be a pain. We'll just start in the middle, make it easy, get the roots broken up. Moving on. You've done marigolds many times before. They like it here. Look at all that. Oh, and in fact, plant knowers tell me you can just rip it out and throw it away, that they don't need all those roots. Um, I'm kind of like trying to get the dirt, the peat, whatever it is, out. But I'm gonna like toss most of these roots because they're just in the way. That one's not as bad. Bad. Not what do they call it? Root bound or something? I'm making a lot of dirt underneath. Sometimes I go to the trouble of sweeping it up back into the pot that it came out of. The fact that I said sometimes implies maybe not this time. I'm in pain and I'm tired. Dirt, 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 dirt. Whoops, sorry, baby. Dirt, dirt, dirt. And get rid of these roots. We are so doing those roots. Hmm. On my passport application, I said I had brown hair. Browned. I've said that multiple times. I put a D on the end of that. And now I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, it's really, I could say gray, but, and then for part of my life, it was blonde. It's not really my fault. That's a stupid thing to put into words on a document with a photograph. Labels are dumb. If it's important to you, you tell me what I am. God, do I believe that? Probably not. I think self-determination is important, but I don't think hair color is important to me. To me. To me. So it will probably be at least 12:30 by the time I finish this, and that'll be good. I'll turn off the stream and figure out what. I'll go to my friend's house who's leaving for Iceland and see if she's gone yet. If she hasn't, I'll say bye bye bye. If she has, I'll say hi hody ho. I'll say something else because she won't be there. I'll say echo, echo, echo. Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? Did you leave yet? This is so cute and pretty. Can you see? This makes me so happy. You make me so very happy. I'm so glad. Yeah, at this point, I'm putting the dirt on the blooms and not flowers, blooms, and not thinking about it because it really doesn't matter. Between the water and also these are the kinds of things that bloom all summer long. You pinch off the dried ones, they keep coming back. These are just fabulous for cheering me up. That's why I spent $14 on them. Na 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 na. Oh, and this is funny. In the old days, I would put a lot of thought into where each one was placed, and oh, this is the wilted one. I don't want the, you know, or like I want the one that leans this way. I don't know what, if it worked, that's fine, but I'm just quite different now. More comfortable. I have more experience. I know that they're going to grow and move around. I know that I can move them around later. It doesn't feel like 30 degrees. The breeze is cool. I think that's like 86 Fahrenheit, 30 Celsius. That's my guess. Maybe 87. ¿Dónde está the bag of soil? Logic says it's going to be right behind logic or memory. That's probably memory, even though it wasn't top of mind memory. It was still memory. Logic. Bags of soil are usually behind something, logically. All right, feel, feel, feel. You're good, 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 you're good. I'm frisking y'all. Do you give consent? So-called humanist thinks consent is a joke that applies to marigolds. Or doesn't respect plants. Again, they're not, it's a humanist, remember? All right, you're about to get really wet. Oh my God. That is worth $15. It was $14. Oh, tax. That was worth $16. If the person watching this is an outside the US friend, the way the US does tax is really terrible. Makes us uh, really unable to budget and also just really hate taxes, hate the government because every purchase is not what we think it's going to be. We can't calculate things in our minds. We can't pay in cash because everything comes to some crazy amount. So it's much easier to use cards, which means that processors and banks and interests, like they all benefit from sales tax being added afterwards. Whereas if they were added in, then it would be much more likely to look at something and say, this is $14 tax inclusive. And if it were my better world, things like 1398 would be illegal to price something like that. It would be $14. Oh, you're so cute. You make me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life. Bum, 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 bum. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Mhm. 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 Well, let's do a little bit of off center. This can go, think. Well, no, we'll stick with the tried and true. The light can be off center. Who cares? The light can be off center, or it could go here. I don't know. I don't know. Breathe. Ooh, lamb chop burp. Why would that puppet have been named after the food? It's weird. Before we water you, we're gonna put a tray underneath you. So I didn't get everything done. Oh shit. How long has this water been sitting there? Does that mean it's gross? Mhm. I don't know. What what kind what what is classified as gross water? Oh, see, don't do it that way. Do it the opposite way, or just some other way. Stop. Okay, we're gonna go fill this up again, and I think that'll be it. Even though I could have made some decisions about spider plants and containers. I think everything else will be fine, and this is my sufficient gardening for today. I might do more. I'm going to have visitors sometime soon, and it would be sort of fun to do gardening on the balcony with people while socializing. They can help me make some of my decisions about pretty pot choices while smoking pot. Is this a case of wanting to move? Kind of. Feels better. One thing I do love, have loved when I've done yoga, like whatever you do the same on the opposite side. So, as a right-hander, yes, this is a lot of water because it'll go through if it's too much. As a right-hander, I need to, it's good, healthy to do some alternate side stuff. I'm a nerd, so I'm looking at the pot that I just put this citrus tree in, and it's got a sticker and a price tag and a name that apply to something else that originally came in that pot. So, not right now, but later, I might put an X over it so I know not this. That doesn't apply. This is going to be too big because I moved it. We knew that. This is the cleaning up after yourself that can be not so fun. Oh, the breeze is heavenly. Oh, gross. What a gross expression. I feel like I'm dead. So that's pretty high, but we can put something cute underneath it to build it up. That's too high. This is too, yeah. You tried that already. It's gonna end up back in the rusty metal pot. Hmm. I'm a farmer now. I have a citrus crop. Cute. Is this what you want to do? Kind of, because you think it's funny. Yeah. All right. What do you need? You need to be propped up. Let's guesstimate. Just like 2.5 inches. What's that in centimeters? No idea. Oh, you shouldn't have dropped it down there. It's gonna be. You'll regret it. You'll be sorry. Oh, but this. Excuse me. This could also be fun. Wait, wait. Don't you want to transplant something? Oh, the succulent would look pretty cute in this too. Oh, this is what we're talking about. This is a fun thing, fun activity to do when socializing. Okay. Well, for now, you can sit there, not harming anybody. And this could go in here. This could go here. You can make funny noises. Nobody will. Where's the little one? Hey, little one. That's cute. So I've been doing this whole time, and I'm on 90% battery, which I think is pretty cool. Um, it can be good to rest. I think one of the things I said, because I was feeling tired before I ever started, was like, is this a day not to stream? But I thought it would be a fun sort of experiment to see, well, what would a more sedate stream look like, feel like? Um, because I'm aware that I'm super excited to have what came to me is to have a life, and I don't really want to say that, but because I've had life, I've been doing a lot forever. I just don't always, I mean, you know, appreciate it, maybe, whatever. Those are the kinds of sentences that I can say less of, and I'm happy to say less of. You know what I mean? The whole, I used to be like this, and now I'm like this, and this is the way things are, and I don't know. I'm just living. It's Okay, shush. This whole thing, this is what I'm talking about. Explanation. Yeah, I like to think. Yeah, I like to examine my life, Socrates. I also, huh, see, the, I mean, I am commenting. Oh, the normal I would do now. So slouching in and of itself maybe is okay. All right, so let's suppose I didn't have hands. All I want to do is change my weight. So that may not. Oh, rocking. Then it's not one side or the other. I'm not putting all the pain on one side. Um, as talky as I am slash like to be, as intellectual, I've always enjoyed, everything, studying, learning. There's a place now I'm enjoying just doing and not having to explain, and I know how it feels. It feels right. I don't really even like the word right. It's the meta justification, the meta, you know, but am I really against that, Rob? Because isn't that psychology? I don't know. I mean, the truth is, you're tired today. So maybe what you're really saying is if it comes to a choice between doing and talking about, you want to do and just the let it be understood. Well, just letting things be understood is a real theme going on right now anyway because it's a rejection of having to justify my existence. I deserve to live because my art deserves to exist because it achieved this grant or made this money or went to this show versus because I really wanted to make it. And I don't know, just like taking the time to use this as the, do you know what I'm saying? To think, to think, I guess for now, well, let's see. Oh, you could use a little bit more dirt. Ow. Earlier, I said I didn't want to pick up after myself. That is, I feel like, normal and understandable. And yet, that wasn't hard and I enjoyed it. But it's like I enjoyed it because I took the time just to not make it a, oh my God, I have to do this. Ah. Just, I stopped. I thought, how do I feel? I feel great. Where would I rather be? Nowhere. So, you know, So anything to spend a few more minutes here sounds pretty good because I'm so lucky. Even if you just hurt me, if your thorns keep a crow away, it's worth it. But crows are smarter than I am. They'll, they know, they know, they know how to get things. Wow. I'm gonna end up taking a picture of this, sharing it on Instagram. 10 till 1. It's good. That was a 4-hour stream. That's that's what they encourage. There's a little bit of there's a lot of soil that probably has been blown out of pots that I'm gonna go ahead and pick up while I'm here. And it's not a pain and it's not forced and it's not an assignment and it's not judgment. It's just why wouldn't I? Why not? And I'm bending in ways that feel good, which is a big deal. And the only negative I feel at the moment is that I'm next to the aloe, and that's another thorn, well, different kind of thing, but could be painful if I'm not careful. I'm thinking about frustration in the past being uh, how it is related to things not going as I expected. Oh God, I used that word. Oh boy, I don't think I can open up that can. Wow, there's so much soil here. We're gonna put you way in the corner for now. uh, I got derailed because of the word expected. It's so loaded and is used in so many kind of self-help admonitions. But I just know if I think something should be a certain way and then it isn't or it's more difficult, then that is the disappointment and the pain. And, I don't want to do it. Ugh, I didn't know there was going to be soil on the this side of the balcony that I had to sweep up versus just, oh, that wasn't hard. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay. We might not put everything away, but it is pretty. Don't like that. We'll just leave it there. It's fine. What about this? These. But yeah, like, things go wrong. Physics, I moved. Oh, I didn't want that to happen. Okay, let's see. That was light. These can go in here. Oop. No, how about like this? I think that's the way you had it before. Okay. I never sit facing inward. Do something different. See how it feels. Oh, there was water in the citrus because it went through. So I will use it somewhere else. Okay. That is the first time in a long time I've done any gardening. Um, it's been difficult for me to keep things alive, but I've got this plant over here behind the chair that I've been living with now for years. Planty, I call it, because it's my only plant. And we're keeping each other alive. So I thought maybe I can do more. And maybe that's something I can spend my money on. No messages. That's how popular I am. That makes me so happy. But I am going to get off the stream. Uh, another day, I would do. I often do art and uh, oh, huh. I usually stream myself making art, not gardening. It's funny. I mean, I'm not. I was like, I'm tired from gardening. I don't know what. I don't know. I'm tonight. I might go to a place where there are usually fireflies in April, so they may have started. Not that they know what April is, but if anything, they probably will come out earlier and earlier if it gets warmer and warmer earlier and earlier. Just a little bit each year, I imagine. Um, One thing when I finish my streams, I usually try to pick up, clean up whatever it was I was doing. It helps me feel like Mr. Rogers. No, it helps me feel like Mr. Rogers. I don't know. Okay. Thanks a lot. I'm not on a regular schedule yet, but I stream many, many, many mornings as I get my life put together. I have, I'm an artist. I don't have an income. I live with a lot of mess and lots of stuff to process. The, I'm showing the outward stuff. I often talk about the inner thoughts and the inner processing, including sometimes family and uh, emotions, my history. I'm a humanist. My hope is for all people to be able to live and be free. You know, stuff like that. Mm, this is not the time for me to make statements, but I write a lot of places if you're interested in. If you think, who is this guy? What is this about? I have links to lots of things. Okay, I'm gonna shut down and do other stuff. Bye bye.